A very good afternoon, good evening, and good morning wherever you are. This is game day 6, match day number 12, coming your way live. Buikwe Gladiators versus Mukono Development. Ladies and gentlemen, right about now at Florida Cricket Oval, the weather is fantastic for the game of cricket. Blue skies out in there, the oval itself. My name is Alpha, and here we are coming live. In the morning, we had a game between Gladiators versus Injerus. Still on the same ground, Gladiators managed to put on 166 for 5 in their allotted 20 overs. Then the Injeru Warriors came up, but lagged behind, putting on 96. For 10 in 90. This is the Mukono T20 Cup, hosted at Florida Cricket Oval, Zimba in Kokonjeru, Uganda. It's probably sponsored by Kingsley Children's Medical Center, Deep End Sports Media, Mukono Cricket Community, not forgetting the mother body, Cricket Uganda, with the likes of all the manager, the development manager, that is Davis Turinawe, working hand in hand with the entire Mukono cricket community to see that there's a lot of development in this region. So many youngsters have come up to really participate in this tournament from different schools in this region. Without wasting any time, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to hand you over to my commentator Solomon at the toss.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Out here in the middle for game number 12 on match day 6 of the Mukono T20 Cup, happening between the Buikwe Gladiators and Mukono Development team. And the toss will be supervised by umpire Gloria Obukol. The home captain will toss. Heads is the call, and heads wins. Buikwe Gladiators, Subuga Akram, the captain, wins the toss. What are you going to do?
We are going to bowl first.
They've elected to bowl first.
Going to bowl first.
They've elected to bowl first. Any particular reason why?
Yes, because our team is more strong in bowling, so we want them to cheer to set a small run so that we can come and chase them.
Any changes in your team?
Yes. Othieno is in now today.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll speak to Anas Baig, captain for Mukono Development. The Gladiators choosing to bat.
Yeah, I think if we had won the toss, we would also choose to bat first. So I think it's a good toss to lose. We wanted to bat anyway.
Okay. Any changes in your team?
No changes. We go with the same team.
Okay. That is it from the middle here.
Coming back live, that is what came out of the toss. The Buikwe Gladiators won the toss and decided to take the ball. The standings out there of the teams: Buvuma Sailors topping up the table, Gladiators coming as number 2, Mukono Development, Buikwe Gladiators, they are just below Mukono. They are just below Mukono Development. Injeru Warriors Kayunga Titans. So the battle is between number 3 and number 4. Who takes it all today, this afternoon? Live from Florida Cricket Oval. This is the Mukono T20 Cup. The inaugural one of a kind in this region. And proudly sponsored by the Kingsley Children's Medical Center located at Mukono. And the beautiful pictures on your screen being broadcasted by Deep End Sports Media. Not forgetting, working hand in hand with Mukono community, Mukono cricket community. And the reason as to why there is cricket in Uganda, it's because of the good work and the development coming from Cricket Uganda, headed by Jackson Kavuma as the chairman. On your screens, that is Captain Baig, son to the former cricket Cranes Captain Akbal Baig, the owner of this facility, Florida Cricket Oval. He had a dream to give back to the game of cricket, and the beautiful scenery, the aerial view of the pitch is the facility that Akbal Baig was able to put up to give back to cricket. I would like to introduce, welcome back, Michael commentator Solomon, back into the commentator's box.
Thank you very much, Alpha. This is a mid-table game. The Gladiators against the Mukono Development. Gladiators coming off a loss against the Buvuma Sailors. Mukono Development winning against the Titans. The toss won by the team that is fielding, Buikwe Gladiators. And we are off to the races. The ball swinging wide. A brisk breeze blowing across the magnificent Florida Cricket Oval. Anais Baig coming it at 1, having posted a quick fire 80 in the previous match. Musa Majid in the frame with ball in hand for the Gladiators.
What a misfield there. And sharply, powerfully slapped by Anas Baig through gully for 4. Beautiful shot from the young man. And misfielded. When you misfield, those are the results that come out.
Backward point, guilty party. Another powerful shot, another boundary. Baig being partnered by Chimpasa, Charles. Battle lines already drawn in this encounter. Powerfully struck. Baig loves using the power play restrictions. When the appeals go out, umpire Michael Okoth unmoved.
with the aggressiveness coming from Musa Majid. Musa Majid and Anas Baig both are in the Uganda emerging. They train together under the leadership of Roger Mukasa, the former Ugandan cricketer. Hit to point, and one comes off that.
Bringing Chimpasa on strike. He loves playing to quicker balls, classic batter, non-flashy in any sense.
Musa Majid on his last ball of the over. End of over number 1, Musa Majid, 10 for 9. Over number 1, good.
Mukono development reiterating that had they won the toss, they would have chosen to bat. So both teams doing their preferred choice right at this moment. But it's been an exciting 5 days and now 6 days of cricket here down in Zibanje Nkokonjeru for the first edition of the Mukono T20 Cup. Hoping and praying that this will become a regular fixture on the cricket calendar. Mukono cricket community being a beehive of activity throughout the whole year, just recently hosted the Deep End sponsored schools tournament for the schools that belong to this hub, which were won by the boys' final won by St. John's Kauga, and the girls' finals won by inside out shot from Baig to the bowling of Siraj and Subuga. Maximum. Beautiful shot. As I was saying, the girls' final was won by St. Cornelius SS Galagala. Another look at that great shot.
Another one. 6 runs. That's a double from Anas Baig. And who the bowler is? Sirajin Subuga. When you look at Buikwe Gladiators having 4 experienced players, that is Ronald Lutwaya, Akram Subuga, Sirajin Subuga, and the wicketkeeper himself, Cyrus Kakuru, not forgetting Musa Majid, I expect a lot of agility, fighting, experience and skills from them.
Siraj and Subuga changing bowling side to create an angle, but those previous shots by utilizing the wind that is blowing. And another classic shot from Baig for 4 at fine leg. There is a breeze blowing towards us here in the comment box. That is the highway end. So Baig, not a newbie to this trains here when he's not in Lugogo, well conversant with the conditions. Another look at that. Right in the block hole. Good Yoka is the response from Siraj and Subuga.
What a bisector. And it crosses for 4. Beautifully aligned by Anas Baig in between gully and point. 4 runs there. Look at how he guided the ball. Had a late cut on the ground, rolling to the ropes. 29 in 11 balls. Anas Baig. End of over number 1 for Siraji. Going for 20. 30 for none after 2 overs.
Mukono Development having a mind-blowing run rate of 15 per over. The campaign is on to find the winner of the inaugural edition of the Mukono T20 Cup. A 6-team competition. Buvuma Sailors, Lugazi Trekkers, Mukono Development, Buikwe Gladiators, Njeru Warriors, and the Titans. Also featuring in the same order on the log, plenty of thrills and spills throughout the past few days, but still with plenty of cricket left to play. And Lutaya will come in from the forest end. Short covers in play to Chimpasa. Subuga, Siraj patrolling that area. The ring coming in more and more, but I will tell you that young man is capable of shots.
There was a fumble there and a chance for a run out. Poor throw. There was a chance to get out. Anas Baig run out, but poorly fielded and thrown to towards the wicket keeper, and making them to go for 2 runs.
Swing and a miss from Chimpasa. Sometimes it's prudent to just hold on to that ball when you realize that the batters have made their ground. Excuse me.
Ronald Lutaya, the opening batter to the Cricket Cranes, now playing in the Mukono T20 Cup, brings in a lot of experience, excitement to the young players. You know, looking at Ronald Lutaya bowling, yet is always known for being the opening batsman for Uganda. It really mesmerizes. Imagining seeing Ronald Lutaya bowling even in the Ugandan league.
Adjudged wide with that ball going over the young man's head. Lutaya trying to intimidate the young Chimpasa, but he's a boy with the heart of a lion, unfazed. Another waft, bringing us to the end of the third over. 33 runs on board for no loss. A nice bag. 29 runs in 11 balls. Strike rate of over 200. Chimpasa Charles, 2 in 7. Ronald Lutaya not picking up any wickets, but conceding 3 in his first over.
Musa Majid changing sides. Coming from the highway end. He is going to bowl against the wind. I think they want to cause the damage. They really want to have to pick a quick wicket out of this pair. And that is Anas Baig, captain, Mukono Development. Oh! What a bullet. Chance in there, but dropped by Manon Midon.
Opportunity missed to send Baig back to the dugout. Right in the block hole. Lutaya doing the work, the cleaning up. Running for 2. The cries come out for run out, but Baig well in, having made ground. Some work needed on his bat. Ronald Lutaya fully committed. Throws it in quick, but Baig already in his ground.
Very quick with his legs. Manages to reach there before the ball. Punished again. 1 bounce for 4. Anas Baig. Man on fire now. Taking his personal score to 35 in 14 balls. Man just shot by 15 runs to make it to a half century.
It's still a long way away. The ball right in the slot for him. The cries come out with the bat hitting the ground for caught behind. They will have to work a little bit harder for that wicket. Bumper to Baig. Musa Majid and a nice Baig box. Ugandan under-19 internationals.
And he goes. Full toss. 3 bounces for 4. Along the fine leg. Beautifully struck by Anas Baig. Well alignment. Well balanced. Stand and deliver. and pauses for the shot after accomplishment of it. Beautifully executed by Anas Baig.
Looking out comfortable and ominous out there. Taking full use of this power play. But Ronald Lutaya will continue from the forest end. The young man off the mark to give strike to Baig to continue with the destruction. The Victoria Pearls out in Bangkok, Thailand, suffering a morale crushing loss to UAE women. Bowled him. Lutaya clipping the bell of the wicket of Baig, who will have to go off. First wicket of this innings goes to Ronald Lutaya. That is what you need to bowl. Bowled. One bell down.
That was a cutter. Played. It got him surprised. He was really surprised seeing that cutting in and moving, taking off. Taking off the bail. Batter coming in is Perry Wazombe, experienced young man, playing in the Uganda matching, in the matching of the Ugandan team, ready to take on the strike. He has lots of experience. This is a man who is so strong at his bottom hand. Slaps the ball so hard. Plays it right. Ronald Lutaya again with the attack. And he bowls it. I don't think Perry Wazombe had a clue on that.
He should give himself time. Just having gotten in, still in the power play overs, try to play forward. Great lines from Ronald Lutaya. Playing off the back foot, declines that run from Chimpasa.
You know, when batters come in and start looking at Ronald Lutaya bowling, they have that thing of undermining him because he's a batter. But he's now proving to show them that I'm an all-rounder too.
Bambol back to Lutaya for another dot ball. More pressure, but Wazombe should just see out this over. Wide from Lutaya. Good work from Perry Wazombe, with the intent being to retain strike, because that marks the end of the 5th over. 46 runs on board for Mukono Development, losing 1 wicket in the process of a nice bag. Chimpasa still in there from the beginning. 3 in 8 at a total space strike rate of 37.5.
There is a bowler change. Captain Akram Nsubuga coming from the highway end. Captain Akram Nsubuga has so many variations with his ball. He's a talented young man. He loves playing his tennis during his free time. He coaches also tennis at one of the best high schools, females high schools, that is Gayaza High School in Wakiso district.
When you look at the highlights package of this tournament, one of the contenders for the catch of the tournament will go to Subuga Akram, displaying his athleticism. Even in that ball, he's just bowled. Looking for his marker. Wazombe on strike. Quicker one. And with the fact that Cyrus Kakuru is standing up behind the stumps, Wazombe can't risk using his feet to get to the pitch of the balls from Subuga Akram. More pressure.
And that's a bisector. Well struck by Perry Wazombe. Passes through for 4. Perry Wazombe, 5 in 7. Beautifully struck. Well aligned. He got hold of his base. And cuts it through, bisects gully, and point for 4.
Quick flash from the blade of Perry Wazombe. Whilst runs are on display, for example, from such a shot from Perry, he's batting with the intent of retaining most of the strike in this partnership, this second wicket partnership.
And since Perry is the experienced one in this partnership, he really needs to stick in there. He needs to settle, mind composed, to see himself building a partnership with Chimpase.
Nowhere through at square leg. Bringing us to the end of the 6th over. Akram Subuga conceding just 4 in his first over. But the score reads 50 for 1 for Mukono Development. It is the Gladiators in this Colosseum out there. Florida Cricket of Zibanko Konjeru doing all the entertaining against the Mukono development. Great shot from the stump camera, giving you a clear worm's view. That's wide from Luja Ashraf. Bowling change at the forest end. Lutaya offers counsel to the young man. The young man bowling quite a number of overs in those legs. All standing him in good stead. Matches are back to back with no rest days. But the end of the 9 days, we will have a champion. That is wide from Luja. The wind dying down now. One more less concern for the bowlers. Mid-wicket. Patro offers no run to Chimpasa.
It's good to see the likes of Ashraf Ujah being given chance to bowl in this tournament.
Unable to put bat to ball, Chimpasa. Good battle between these two youngsters. Cyrus Kakuru making a meal of that, offering Chimpasa 2, bringing us to a close of the 7th over, 54 for 1. Chimpasa and Wazombe equally matched with 5 runs on board. Mukono cricket community was formed in 2021 under the chairmanship of Simon Chintu, who is the tournament director of the first edition of this Mukono T20 Cup. It brings together various schools within the Mukono district region of Uganda, propagating cricket to all. They usually run holiday camps for youngsters, and members have been able to find education bursaries opportunities. Irene Mutoni, the Victoria's Pearls bowler, being a great example of some of the products of Mukono. One for Wazombe against Nsubuga Akram. The plan is to have more Irene Mutonis bowl him. Subuga Akram wins this battle. Chimpasa having to take a walk back to the pavilion. Playing across his line to a straight one. Making no contact. Leaving his wicket at the mercy of the ball. Second wicket falls for Mukono Development. Ball stood up straight into the wickets. Ogenroth Kenneth makes his way to the center.
Akram, being a strong young man, aged 21 years, displaying such fantastic bowling skills in this tournament and captaining the side brings lots of motivation to the young players out there. This is a man who is so resilient, and he has the zeal of accomplishing what he has been assigned to do.
Yes. Ball rising on Ogenroth. We may speak of hubs in Uganda, sports hubs in Uganda, but there is one which trounces them all, which is the Lugogo hub at Naguru. Playing across again, and again we'll have to take that walk without troubling the scorers. Lugoga's produced plenty of sportsmen in various disciplines. Cricket also being a beneficiary, with lots of Ugandan internationals coming from in and around that hub. Lawrence Sematimba, Franco Nsubuga, Roger Mukasa. cricketers. Then Ryange, to mention but a few. It is happy days out there in the middle for the Gladiators. I guess the question on their lips is, are you not entertained?
You missed out on the celebration of Akram. As usual, the man loves his forearm tennis, stroke. Score now is 55 for 3.
Owiri Robert getting a guard of honor onto the wicket. Mind games from Sirajan Subuga. Trying to get into the head of the young man, but smacked away by Robert Owiri. Off the mark with the boundary four, bringing us to an end of the 8th over. 59 runs on board for the loss of 3 wickets for Mukono Development. Run rate at 7.38 now. Very Wazombe and Owiri Robert. But look at that. 2 wickets in the over for Akram Subuga, conceding 9 runs and picking 2 in his 2 so far. The chairman of the board of Cricket Uganda and some few board members paid us a courtesy call right on the second day on their way from GM Sugar in Nyenga, where they'd gone to Ronald Lutaya, bowling great lines.
Ronald Luther, as is called by the French, Luther Fire.
He had a disappointing stint in the World Cup qualifiers in Zimbabwe, having replaced Mangela in the squad. One for Owiri. Quick running between the wickets from Owiri. An overthrow not taken advantage of by the 2 batters.
Ronald Lutaya growing up from Chambogo the house next to Chambogo Cricket Oval, was signs for him. It was a great moment for him to be able to learn the game of cricket and practice seeing the national team training from there. So there ends the third over for Ronald Otaya. 11 for 1. After 9 overs, 64 for 3. Mukono development. Perry Wazombe on 9 after 15. And then a Willie Robert. 6 in 4.
With facilities within the community, definitely they attract youngsters. You will find that this oval is used by the students from St. Cornelius Kalagala SS, coached by Edwin Nwagaba, captain of the Njeru Warriors, who had the game this morning. So, sports facilities tend to attract new participants. We were speaking about the Lugogo and Naguru Sports Hub. Cries of how was that? Quick hands from Kakuru, but Wazombe's leg grounded firmly in the crease. Tight lines from Akram Subuga. Most of these players are good buddies, enjoy each other's company, train together, live close to each other.
And at some evenings, when you go to Lugogo, you find them seated in the corner, discussing, laughing, and shelling each other. They are all from the age bracket, the same age bracket.
True. Each generation Wazombe using his feet. Each generation tend to grow up together and have the same trajectory in their careers because they offer competition. Not any different from all generations.
At one point, the run rate was 15 per over for Mukono development, and now it has reduced to 6.61.
Willie punching that away for 1. End of the 10th over, 66 runs on board for the loss of 3 wickets. Mukono development. The Gladiators winning the toss and asking Mukono development to bat. And here we are at the halfway point of this innings. Bowling change from the Forest end with the wily Kasim Adam taking the ball. Has bowled great spells and is on top. Among the top performers with the ball in this series so far. Starts with the dot ball. Flights that one up. Put away by Owidi. Lutaya doing the cleaning up. Adjusts his field. Played off the legs beautifully.
Seeing Adam Kasim bowling and playing cricket reminds me of the days when he used to come with he used to use a cricket stump to bat at a tender age of 8. The man would always be using the cricket stump and loved throwing stones. I don't know, maybe it's now the reason as to why he, at the end of it all, he turned out to be a bowler.
He must have played and missed plenty of balls for him to have turned into a bowler. But that is a very great exercise that we use as coaches. Struck back firmly by Owiri. They rotate the strike with Wazombe, keeping the scoreboard ticking for the Mukono development. It is end of over number 11. 71 on board. 3 wickets lost.
The beautiful aerial view of Florida Cricket Oval, having the green vegetation around, surrounded by a very thick forest canopied around, with very fresh air to breathe, very cool air. The wind is too much coming from the forest end towards us, towards the commentator's box. That's the highway end. And seeing Srajin Subuga, new bowler, coming back to bowl from the highway end after a very big disappointment of his first over, going for 20. We see him coming back after relieving himself from that pain. Let's hope he can stand his nerves to regain it.
Scooped over mid-wicket. Starts off with 1. Dismal bowling figures at the moment.
Very quick hands from Peru Wazombe. I beg your pardon, Cyrus Kakuru, experienced young man, who was the main wicket-keeper for the Baby Cranes, who participated in the Under-19 World Cup hosted by West Indies.
Another one from Peru Wazombe. I love the fact that the notion in cricket is that if you are good enough, you are old enough. All these players starting out young, but I think yet to beat the record of Francon Subuga, who played for the senior team at just 16. That is long days away from when we had a community called East and Central Cricket Associations. Now Uganda standing independently and proudly after 12 overs gone. 74 runs on board. 3 wickets lost. And Kasim Adam continues from the forest end. Gone are the days of the United Nations, and by that time Kenya, Zimbabwe and South Africa, who are playing one-day international cricket. Uganda now playing with the big boys, having that appearance at the World Cup. Wazombe punishes a full ball from Kasim. This tournament tasked with helping in the growth of the lads that will see us at that table once again.
He goes! Another one. Boundary there. This time it's a 6 maximum. Belted through the air over long on. Beautifully struck by Perry Wazombe. Man, very good with his backhand. He gets it and pedals it, flicks it to short fine leg for 1. Swung and missed by Robert Owili. Wrong line play he plays. Missed on that. And this brings us to the end of over number 2 of Kasim. 16 for none. 86 for 3 after 13 overs. Mukono development. Willie 13 after 15. And then Perry Wazombe 23 after 28. Looking at the beautiful pitch, the rays coming from the pitch. It is sunny and hot out here, yet we are surrounded by a very thick forest. Siraji back on attack. Well guided. Can they make 2? Is there possibility for a run out? Well struck, well guided to empty mid-on for 2. Perry Wazombe back on strike. What a miss calling coming from the 2 batters, Owili and Perry Wazombe. What was that? Where was he going?
Brain freeze from Robert Owili. Not calling but running. Finding Perry Wazombe already in his crease. Ball collected, and Sirajan Subuga completing the run out. Comical moment out there. providing light relief to the viewers. No run whatsoever.
That was good thinking from the young lad, Ashraf Lujah, handing in to the non-strikers and seeing the area empty. It looked like free food for them. That was unnecessary run by Robert Owili.
That was a gift from Mukono Development to the Gladiators, bringing the captain Fahad Mutagana to the crease. It is interesting seeing Mutagana and Baig sharing captaining duties. Previously playing for Ceylon Lions.
He needs to cool his temper and let him concentrate with his bowling.
Wazombe trying to use his wrists.
Wazombe is trying to look for the gap of the mid-wicket being empty.
Suga Akram doing good work. Overs down, 91 runs for 4 wickets. Barry Wazombe, 27 runs in 33, just at a strike rate of just 80. Fahad Mutagana, 1 in 1, 100. Sirajan Subuga, redeeming his bowling figures, but yet to pick up a wicket. He needs 3 overs. Received severe punishment. 20 off his first over, but fighting back hard. This is the moment that these two batters need to seize on if they're to post a commendable score for Mukono Development. Change of bowling ends to the captain, Subuga Akram, choosing to come from the forest end. Umpire Michael Okoth and Gloria Obukol fully in charge of this one. Michael Okoth also doubles as a coach in Mukono cricket community. We can't fail to commend Cricket Uganda, organizing various programs during the season and the year, umpiring course, scorers course, commentators masterclass. They've just had also the strategic meetup. Cut powerfully away by Mutagana. If you are saying that Akram Subuga also plays tennis, you will also have to mention Fahad Mutagana uses tennis for aerobic exercise in his preparations. Now that his family part of the elite high performance, the chest is on. The slope helps in the run chest. They pick up 2.
Lots of disappointments, frustrations from Akram Subuga. I told you he always fights. He's he's their strike bowler. So he is always agile, and once his balls are misfielded, the man is filled with a lot of frustrations.
Zombie flashing hard at that one, offering a click not taken by Kakuru behind the stumps. This is the inaugural edition of the Mukono T20 Cup being staged here at Florida Cricket Oval in Kokonjeru. Proudly sponsored by Kingsley Children's Medical Center Mukono, Deep End Sports Media, your one-stop for all broadcasting, live streaming and production needs. Tournament organized by Mukono Cricket Community, established in 2021, and then superintended by Cricket Uganda. We've had 5 brilliant days of cricket here in Kokonjeru. And this match between Mukono Development and the Gladiators still ongoing. The Gladiators won the toss and chose to field, trying to restrict Mukono Development to a low score. Fully committed to that, as we have 100 runs on board for 4. While the hack from Mutagana for 1 at fine leg.
They're rotating the strike there. Periwa Zombie comes into the strike, comes in, and then Akram comes into attack in this last ball of the over. He bowls it. Periwa Zombie finishes his spell. 21 for 2. Pardon me on that. Akram Subuga, 21 for 2 after his allotted 4 overs. 101 for 4 after 15 overs. Periwa Zombie, 29, 36 balls and Fahad Mtagana, 9 in 4 balls. The beautiful scenery, aerial view of Florida Cricket Oval, bringing you clarity, is
2021.
Deep End Sports Media. Sirajin Subuga coming back from the highway end. And he's punished up. Skied up. But into the gap. Unreachable.
Providing catching practice to the man from long on and cow corner. The ball falling safely. Subuga continues in his final over. Quicker ball rising on Wazombe for a precious dot ball.
Loud calls from Cyrus Kakuru. Well kept. Hit hard for one straight to mid-on. Comes into attack in this Rajin Subuga just coming from that final in Kigali. Remember, he missed a game here because he had a final in Kigali for his club he plays for. Lots of chanting coming from the spectators. It's an afternoon. It's an afternoon packed with lots of spectators now. Big chants out there. And he goes! 6 runs. Walloped and belted by Fahad Mutagana. Very small man, but times the ball smartly. Well in. Fahad Mutagana, 16 for 8, 16 in 8. End of the over, number 16. And Siraj finishes his spell. 36 for none. 104. 109 for 4. Mukono development.
The cheers coming out. Subuga speaking to Ashraf Luja and trying to direct where to put the fielders. But an entertaining contest between these two, Mukono development team and Njeru Gladiators. Bowling change at the forest end. Luja Ashraf comes back in. Quick running out in the middle between Mutagana and Wazombe. Again, the call, meaning sprint for your life. In the block hole. Quick running again. Wayward.
Good chance coming from the dugout very fast. These two need to build a partnership so that they can be able to produce a very good, commendable score.
If you cannot hit it above the boundary, you have to do the running. Slower ball from the young man, tickled off the feet by Wazombe. Good cricket all around, out there in the middle.
This denying them a second run, well fielded by Adam Kasim. Lugia coming back into his attack. Can he stand his nerves on this one? And a miss on the stumping. Just a slight delay on it. Just slight delay on that. Well kept, Cyrus Kakuru. Let's have a look at that. He delayed a bit with the ball in his gloves.
Mutagana by default, knowing that with Kakuru behind the stumps, either his leg or bat always have to end up well beyond the crease. And that is the shot he was trying to go for. Skyer just over the embankment into the forest for a maximum. Mutagana makes another deposit to his tally.
That was walloped very spectacularly by Fahad Mutagana.
Slower ball from the young man, flighted, leaving Mutagana at 6s and 7s, marking the end of the 17th over. 120 runs on board for Mukono Development, losing 4 wickets in the process. Fahad Mutagana at 22 runs in 11, going at a scoring rate of 200. Perry Wazombe 35 in 41, just slightly striking the ball at 90. Coming into the last 3 overs of this first innings, Musa Majid takes hold of the ball to come from the highway end.
A good comeback by Mukono Development, building partnerships. Perry Wazombe and Fahad Mutagana. They just need to move a 10 per over for them to be able to reach the 150 mark or slightly past it. So the two have to remain in there, but solid enough.
Thick inside edge marks the end of Perry Wazombe. Musa Majid snares his man. A good innings from Wazombe comes to an end. He trudges off the pitch disappointed, leaving his captain with most of the work to do now. Brilliantly fielded, one-handed from Cyrus Kakuru. Diving to his left. Biarhanga makes his way to the middle. In this remaining balls, inside edge. Brilliant diving from Kakuru. One-handed catch. Straight up. In between. Long on and long off. Lutaya doing the cleaning up.
Rubanga Kene gets off the mark. Swing and a miss. Fahad Mutagana from a very good delivery. Musa Majid coming back to bowl his bowling in his third over. Hit.
Kaya.
And that's a 6.
While it went vertical, the wind was able to carry that over the boundary for a maximum. Two consecutive boundaries. Mutagana's blade has caught fire. Rapidly accelerating. That was the Skyer from Mutagana going all the way over the boundary. Takes one.
And that marks the end of the 18th over. Over number 3 ends of Musa Majid. 32 for 1. 132 for 5. Mukono Development. Fahad Mutagana leading in there. 33 of 15 balls. Being guided by Rubanga Kene.
Two quick boundaries there in the highlights. Musa Majid receiving the treatment. "12 balls to bring us to the completion of this first innings in game number 12 on match day number 6 in this first edition of the Mukono T20 Cup. Exciting, exhilarating cricket out there in the middle between the teams. Bowling change at the forest end. Ronald Lutaya against Fahad Mutagana. Quick running. Good running from Rubankene. 2. The man on fire, desiring to take strike as much as possible. Kasim with the throw in. But Rubankene, quick. The bounce helping him out. 6. Over the mid-wicket into the forest for Mutagana Fahad. Taking him to 41 in 17 balls. Pulled strongly into the forest. Lutaya adjusts his field. Another skyer. But Lutaya manages to hold on to that one. Off his own bowling to end the innings of Fahad Mutagana. 41 in 17. Trying to push his team to a formidable score, but perishing in the process. Nine balls will bring us to the close of the first innings on match day 6 in the 12th game. Mukono development team versus the Gladiators, the Buikwe Gladiators. Happening live in Nkokonjeru at the Florida Cricket Oval. Live pictures brought to you by the incomparable Deep End Sports Media team. We applaud the cameraman Drake Hassan and the production team of Simeon, Joseph, and the whole team. All parts working to ensure that this is a successfully staged tournament. It's Abidie out there in the middle as Lutaya continues. The young man trying to steal a single off there. But Akram Subuga at mid-off. Alert. Leg by indicated by the umpire. One Lego delivery will mark the end of Lutaya's spell. Smack back to the side screen. Ruban Kene. Bringing us to the close of the 19th over. 145 for 6. Mukono development. Lutaya completes his spell of 4 overs, picking up 2 wickets and conceding 23. It is the last over of this innings. Musa Majid has been tasked with that, coming in from the highway end. Slower ball and leg byes, bringing Luban Kene onto strike. The first ball Majid has shortened up his run-up. Waft and a miss from Ruban Kene. Near a missing off stamp. That line from Musa Majid. That marks the end of the innings of Ruban Kene, using his feet, but only managing to sky that ball into the waiting hands of Cyrus Kakuru. Another wicket falls for Mukono development, trying to push hard. He's head all over the place. A grateful Kakuru receives that. 2 balls away to the end of the first innings. Musa Majid with the ball in hand. And Mukisa Jai will have to take the long walk back to the pavilion. Golden Dark against his name. The fans are out here at the Florida Cricket Oval, taking in the excitement out there in the middle. Perfect weather made for cricket. Plumb not moving his feet. Mukisa and having to perish. The dugout for Mukono development, most of them back, having lost their wickets. The score now standing at 146 runs for 8. One Lego delivery away to the completion of the first innings in this encounter between Mukono development and Buikwe Gladiators. Musa Majid. Run out at the non-strikers end. Trying to steal another single, which sometimes can prove to be the difference between the win and the loss. But yes, we have come to the end of the first innings in this encounter between Mukono Development Team and Buikwe Gladiators. Development posting 146 runs, losing 9 wickets in their allotted 20 overs. Another look at that run out by Lutaya Ronald. A look at the batting card for Mukono Development has a nice bag. A quick fire 39 off 18 balls. Perry Wazombe, a patient 35 in 42 balls. Owiri Robert, quick one, 13 in 15. Fahad Mutagana, the captain, leading from the front. 41 from 18 balls, striking at above 300. 7 extras from the Gladiators as we look at their bowling card. Musa Majid, 4 overs, 3 wickets, conceding 33 runs, an economy of 8.25. Sirajan Subuga picking up no wicket in his allotted 4, conceding 36 runs. Akram Subuga, 4 overs completed, 2 for 21. 5.25 economy. Lutaya Ronald, 4 completed overs, 2 wickets picked up, 23 runs conceded at an economy of 5.75. 7 extras given out, bringing the total to 146 for 9 in 20 overs. Coming up next will be the second innings. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is game number 12 on March the 6th in this inaugural edition of the Mukono T20 Cup, proudly brought to you by Kingsley Children's Medical Center as premier sponsor, live broadcast partner, Deep End Sports Media, tournament organized by Mukono Cricket Community and other stewardship of Cricket Uganda. We are back for live action in this encounter. Mukono development team posting 146 runs all out, and Buikwe Gladiator, I beg your pardon, Buikwe Gladiators chasing 147 for a win. The Gladiators coming off a loss in their last match. Welcoming my colleague Alpha Adoa to the commentary box.
Thank you, Solomon. A very, very welcome back from that very, very interesting first innings between Mukono Development and Buikwe Gladiators. Solomon, what is your prediction on what you're seeing in this match?
It is evenly poised. It is anybody's match, really. Depends on how the Gladiators go about their business. But we are off with Mutagana. Bowls him and shows him the number at the back of his shirt. This is the only incident where the wickets column has more than the runs column. The young man having to trudge off a golden duck, non troubling the scorers at all. 1 wicket down for the Gladiators in their quest overhaul 146 runs. 1 wicket for Fahad Mutagana, the captain. Fahad seems to be the spark that his team need, a leader by excellence.
This is first of a kind happening in this tournament of Mukono T20 Cup. Right now at Florida Cricket Oval 2025. Unbelievable.
The batter will be mindful of the time restriction. I don't think he was even ready out there in the dressing room, because his companion has spent very little time at the crease. He will have to finish his dressing and preparation out there in the middle.
When you looked at the recap, he played wrongly from the ball, from the way the ball was delivered. It was a wrong shot. Tried to stop it. You know, he stepped away from the stumps, creating room for the ball to hit the stumps.
When facing spinners, the default stroke should be going forward, covering that line completely, and then later on gauging that line to see if you can free up your arms. David Mugisa makes his way into the middle. Flighted delivery from Mutagana. The fielders enjoying themselves with that breakthrough early into the second innings. Mutagana tying the batter in knots. Another dot ball.
Mutagana is just playing on their psychology of the batters. And that is missed.
Spoils those figures with a one that goes down. Five wides for that one. Chimpasa with the gloves back on, having missed their victory against the Titans, being sick, but back this evening.
Getting a first wicket in the first over motivates the fielding team.
Bowled him again. Middle stump. Castled. Pensive face of the coach of the youngsters, wondering what is going on down there. Yoked him and left the wickets in tatters. Another duck from the batters of Buikwe Gladiators.
Like I told you, most of them love playing across the line. He stepped in there, lifted the back foot, played up, creating room for that ball to spear in bold. When you look at the chairman's stand, below the chairman's stand, it's good to see the young girls from the school at which the players study from. That is St. Cornelius. Kalagala seated here and supporting, cheering their fellow cricketers. Seeing all that interest coming from the girls, that would look a very good, sign of the development of cricket in Uganda.
Those young ladies, part of the St. Cornelius Kalagala team, who are the champions of the Deep End Schools tournament for Mukono. They managed to triumph over Mount St. Henry's. But Anais Baig from the Forest End, athletically fielding off his own bowling, coming from the Forest End against Lutaya Ronald. Smash drive. Long off. Owili Robert does the covering up.
Looking at Lutaya, he now has to concentrate, work hand in hand with Adam Kasim to build partnerships, to build a partnership here in this still the allotted power play to avoid any other further wicket coming up.
As long as Lutaya is still on the wicket, the Gladiators have a chance. That opportunity missed by the development team. Kasim offering one. Captain patrolling deep mid wicket. Left hand right-hand combination between Kasim and Lutaya, bringing changes almost every single ball. Quicker ball punched back to Baig. Quickly runs to his marker. No time to waste. Quicker ball. The chest is on. Pick up 2 for that. Comical throw from the young man. Clutching his hand now. Hopefully he's not injured himself. Marking the end of the second over. 10 runs on board for the loss of 2 wickets at a strike rate of 5. Kasim Adam and Lutaya Ronald at the crease. Ogenrot Kenneth, strike bowler for the Mukono development side, takes the ball. Right arm, fast medium.
Ogenrod is a promising bowler, and at this young age of his, if he continues performing like this, chances are so high for him participating in the baby cranes that will be able to compete come next year for a slot in the World Cup.
Positions on that team are up for grabs. Of course, there will be a training camp, high performance, where the select few from the various hubs, from various schools, will converge, and then a team selected. Again, on his haunches in the middle, wondering what line he bowled, bringing there is a change in the wicketkeeper. Robert O'Willie takes development, realizing that the runs that they have to play with are not that many, and any gifts might result in a loss. Lutaya speaks to Kasim out in the middle, giving him the game plan that they are following for this passage of play. It is still the power play. Malfunctioning radar, with Ogenrot yet to bowl any legal balls in his spell. Cut powerfully, but the skipper equal to the task. Swinging ball That ball kicking off the pitch. And Lutaya fends it off. That is the line the young man should be bowling.
Lutaya has to hang in there. He needs to stick in to avoid any other unnecessary wickets in this power play.
Thick inside edge. And they ran for one. Narrowly missing his stumps.
Ogengroth having the zeal. This is a very promising, and I love the way he comes in, runs in, just high. Loud appeal. But the umpire makes a decision. That's a wide ball. It was moved down the leg and stopped by the wicketkeeper, Robert O'Willie.
Good line from Ogenroth. Alpha, this is a full circle moment for me, sharing the comms box with you, looking at how far I have come in my cricketing journey. Your brother, Ilalit George, having taught me the basics of the game in the JSS.
And a third one is picked by the young man, Ogengroth. Beautifully bowled, nip it up, and well taken by O'Willie Robert. That was needless from Adam Kasim. Beautifully. And the score is 18 for 3. Ogengroth picking one in that over.
Kasim guilty of trying to glide that ball down through slips, but not committing. He would have been better off playing forward to that or leaving Wit well alone. Perishes, and that brings Cyrus Kakuru to the middle. At the end of the games played over a round-robin format, the top two teams will contest the finals for one to emerge champions in this first edition of the Mukono T20 Cup. And with third and fourth playing for the positional. Good ball, straight from Ogenroth.
And that is Cyrus Kakuru. He gets in there. Cyrus Kakuru bringing good experience into the Buikwe Gladiators. He's a very good batsman. I remember the time when Uganda under-19, the baby cranes were looting in Rwanda for the World Cup Cyrus Kakuru was among the top performers that day. It was a much-needed game, but Cyrus Kakuru's century helped Uganda win that game. That was the much-needed game, seeing the baby cranes into the World Cup that was concluded in West Indies. Under 19.
Bump back to Anais.
Struck. That's a ruler. Straight to long off. Ronald Utwaya.
In his field, changing the mid off and mid on, sending mid off to long on, deep mid wicket, point goes out, quicker one for a dot ball. Cyrus Kakuru, busy batter in his crease, using his feet well, running excellently well as well.
Fielding changes happening now. This is the left, the man himself, Luther Fire.
Left hand, right hand combination out there in the middle. The shout goes from Anais Baega, knowing how dangerous Lutaya will be. The quicker he goes back to the dugout, the better for Mukono development.
Lutaya can be very explosive. And that marks over number 2 for Anas Baig. 7 for none. 20 for 3 after 4 overs. Buikwe Gladiators. Ronald Utwaya 10. 4 runs in 10. And Cyrus Kakuru 1 run and 3 balls.
Just at the start of his innings, the run rate is 5 for the Gladiators. A miserly spell from Anais Baig, but Ogenrot Kenneth will continue from the highway end. We have Chimpasa, a man short in stature, as mid-off. And I bet you if the ball is played, it might go over his head. So all it might just be a ploy. Running out in the middle to a white ball.
That ball came off hard. He used the seam and the nip and nipped it. At this age, if a boy, promising players coming from Mukono development, look at how them boy judged it. Ran backwards. The jubilations. The way he threw the ball down. I have done great for my team.
Congratulated by all his teammates, knowing that a dangerous player, a rising ball played by Lutaya, caught by the man at short third man, Ogenrot Kenneth picking up his first wicket in the process. If Lutaya Ronald came into this tournament thinking it was a breeze, he will have to think again. The youth are showing their mettle, showing that they deserve to be on this stage. Brilliant opportunity accorded by Mukono cricket community by organizing this T20 Cup. The umpire shaking her head in agreement before raising the dreaded finger for the man who's just coming to make that walk back into the dugout. It is raining wickets with Ogenrot with ball in hand. Mukono development right on top of the Buikwe Gladiators in this encounter. Action happening down here at Florida Cricket Oval. Live pictures brought to you by Deep End Sports Media. Follow them on all their social media channels. They're your one-stop center for live broadcasting, podcasting, studio sessions, and production.
Once again, Solomon, I would like to send a very great applause to the fans out there who have taken their time off their busy schedule to come and chant their friends, their schoolmates in this game of cricket.
The the fans also having a conversation about the brilliance of Ogenrot, now
what?
on a hat-trick. Oh! Not far away from off stump. And Robert O'Willie missing that one because it kept low. We have had now over 8 opportunities for bowlers to claim a hat-trick. None have been converted so far. I think they are waiting for a reward. But there is no greater reward than the record books showing that you had 3 wickets in 3 balls.
That was atrocious from Robert O'Willie. From a good spell of the young man getting in there, and now a by 4, creating a by 4. It was needless for that. But all in all, the young man steps up his mantle, steps on his knobs. Very strong and agile, ready to take on the mantle.
That ball keeping low and beating O'Willie.
Batter in the strikers end. Soboga Siraje faces another one. Soboga Siraje just fresh from Rwanda, where he had gone to play over the weekend his professional cricket. Remember, he also plays from Kenya. Let's see what he can offer for the team.
Cricket as a career will soon be discussed by Director of Studies at the schools and we hope to get some cricketers during career days to go and talk to the young lads. Boundary for the ball glanced through third man, bringing us to the close of the fifth over. 30 runs on board for the loss of 5. Cyrus Kakuru and Sirajan Subuga out in the middle to try and rebuild the innings of the Buikwe Gladiators. A nice bag continues from the forest end. Makes those changes that he needs to see. Bringing in covers, extra cover, backward point, wide gully, mid-off, asks mid-off to come towards mid-wicket. Here we go. Oh. Quicker ball. Runs back to his marker. Wants to get through this over quickly. Swing and a miss. That leg completely far away from the pitch of the ball by Cyrus Kakuru. I tell you, the speed at which Baig is bowling and which is returning to his marker, markedly quick. The appeals go out, but not out from umpire Michael Okoth.
I think Kakuru needs to think twice. Look at the gaps. There is a very big gap behind the wicket keeper. It's just a matter of him clicking a bit, guiding that ball through, passing the wicket keeper. Punishes that for a 6 towards the tennis, towards the nets.
It was a battle of egos. Baig having 4 dot balls and Kakuru saying, I'm waiting for that ball to dispatch you. 6 runs. Going down onto one knee and pulling that ball towards the net.
Good cricket from Cyrus Kakuru. Rotating the strike, taking himself again to the striker's end. And Nasbaig, 14 for none, 3 overs, 37 for 5 after 6 overs. This has been the record in this tournament ever since it began, having 5 wickets in the first power play in this inaugural Mukono T20 Cup. Record held by Buikwe Gladiators. Sirajin Suvuga 4 after 3 in 3 balls, and then Cyrus Kakuru 8, 9 balls.
Every record is a future marker for the coming editions. Praying so hard that this becomes a permanent fixture on the cricket calendar. A lot of cricket being played all across the country, across the hubs. Another tournament starting shortly in Jinja. We are here in Kokonjeru, not so far from Jinja. Matches are ongoing in Masindi and Gulu. So, and then with the children breaking off for school, you will have camps Kaukona in business, Biarhanga fields excellently to the bowling of Mutagana Fahad, coming back into the attack from the highway end.
That was hit hard by Cyrus Kakuru. And on strike is Subuga Siraj.
Good turn and bounce from Mutagana. Dot ball. Good use of the hands by Siraj and Subuga, not trying to hit that ball hard, but just guiding it to gully.
Siraj is too good playing with it. He loves to be given that room so that he whips that ball through point and covers or point and gully. Those are his very great wagon wheelers.
Quicker ball from Mutagana. Swing and a miss from Kakuru. The slow bowlers realizing that the quicker you bowl your over, you give the batter no room to think about what is going on, and before you know it, the over is done. Just like it is. 7 overs gone, 39 runs on board, 5 wickets down for the Buikwe Gladiators. Fahad Mutagana, 2 overs completed, picking up 2 and conceding 7 so far.
As the tournament continues, we get to experience beautiful, good cricket being exhibited by the young lads in here. But remember, some of the young lads in here are to participate in the next tournament that is going to happen in Jinja. That is the bat ball.
Quicker bowling from a nice Baiga. Well into his last over. Bowls it on the legs and 1 bounce for Subuga punishes that. Fielder can only fetch.
Not so many people play that shot. It needs someone with a very good eye to play such a shot.
Building in pairs, good. And Kakuru quick between the wickets. Picking up 2.
Very good pickup from Peri Wazombe. Man on Kaukona.
Quicker one from Baig. Dot ball. Subuga using his bat. Swivels on that. Brilliantly done by Luja. Coming from square leg. Giving Subuga 1. Bringing an end to the spell of Baig. 4 overs completed. Conceding 21 runs. 8 overs gone in this match. 46 for 5. Buikwe Gladiators. Run rate is 5.75. Kakuru Cyrus 9 in 13. Striking at the 70 mark. Sirajan Subuga 12 in 11. Scoring just past 100. 101 runs to achieve for the Buikwe Gladiators. Duja Ashraf. Mukisa into the attack from the highway end. Good ball from the young man. Slower delivery in the block hole. Having Baik long on and Mutagana long off. Wazombe patrolling at deep cover. The field has been spread. Deep mid wicket, cow corner, long on, long off, extra cover, all riding the boundary. To the bowling of Mukisa. Full toss punished for the maximum. I leave you with Alpha Adoa as I take a break from the comms box.
Siraj punishes that to long on, but finds Anas Baig. Beautiful cricket being displayed on Florida Cricket Oval by the young men out here. That was uncalled for at such a stage where two strong batsmen are on the wicket. There is no need for you to bowl the umpire calls it as a leg by. Umpire going to consult and have an inspection on the condition of the ball. Gloria Obukor, number 2 female umpire in Uganda, and with Michael Okoth standing in this game of Buikwe Gladiators playing against Mukono Development. Score right now is 57 for 5. A little bit chance out here from the fans. The beautiful aerial view of Florida Cricket Oval This is the Mukono T20 Cup, proudly sponsored by Kingsley Children's Medical Center located in Mukono. The beautiful pictures on your screen brought to you by Deep End Sports Media. Not forgetting the people behind this in this region, the Mukono cricket community and the mother body of all the cricket in Uganda, Cricket Uganda. Mukisa comes back onto the attack from the highway end. Cyrus Kakuru punches it. Long off for one. And this marks the end of over number one for Mukisa. 9 for none. 57. 58 for 5. In 9 overs. Sirajin Subuga having 20 of 14 balls. And Cyrus Kakuru 11 of 17 balls. New bowler coming in from the forest end, Perry Wazombe. Perry Wazombe plays for Wanderers Cricket Club. That participate, there's been a change. There's been a change. Switching bowlers. The weather out here is sunny. Beautiful for cricket. It's a bowler change coming from the forest end. Mukisa Isabirije. This is the youngster. Starts off his over with a wide. Well kept from Robert Owili. Punished. One bounce for 4. Cyrus Kakuru stepping hard on that, swings the blade. 15 runs in 18 balls. Turns very fast and punishes that. One bounce for 4. Cyrus Kakuru. It's a wide ball. The young man needs to concentrate. Isabira needs to concentrate. Forget about the ball. The boundary that he has been hit by Cyrus Kakuru. Good cricket from Cyrus Kakuru. Tickles it down there to deep mid-wicket and managing to get one. Rotating the strike is the main thing in T20. When the big ones refuse, as in don't come your way, just rotate the strike. 1 + 1 yields more runs. This is unwarranted from Isabire. Good ball. A second wide. I beg your pardon. This is so far the fourth wide in this over. Well guided by Siraji Subuga. Can they come for two? Yes. They make that for two. Very fast on that. Quick in between the wickets by Cyrus Kakuru. This has been the longest over in this tournament, having 11 balls in this over. End of over number 1 of Isabiri, 14 for none, 72 for 5 after 10 overs. Cyrus Kakuru, 16, 19. And then Siraji Subuga, 24 in 18 balls. Records are being broken so far. Having a very long over of 18 balls. An over meant to constitute 6 balls. This had 11 balls. New bowler coming in from the highway end, Perry Wazombe, bringing all his experience, skills from Wanderers Cricket Club. Goes down to his knees and flicks that to short fine leg for 1. Shot. Very powerful shot. Finds Fahad Mtagana. And they managed to get only 1. You need to time that ball. You need to set yourself up and time that ball very well. Eyes on the ball, Cyrus Kakuru. You just need to be patient in there. You still have 9 overs and 3 balls left for you to get to your target. A missed chance there, back to the bowler by Perry Wazombe. That ball ended in the helmet of Cyrus Kakuru. Having a concussion test by the wicket keeper there, by the umpire there, Michael Okoth. That was unwarranted. Poor communication in the fielding. Very poor communication in the fielding between Biaruhanga and the youngster. That marking the end of over number 1 of Periwa Zombe. Eleven overs gone. And the score is 78. Sorry for the graphics displayed. Change of bowler or Gang Roth coming from, this time coming from the forest end. Fielding changes happening right now. Pushing third man. Having long, deep mid wicket. Cow corner. Long off and long on. Siraji hitting that straight to long on and manages to get that one. Punished. Inside out. Massively punished by Cyrus Kakuru. Man on form. Man with all the mantle. He aligns himself over extra cover for 6. Now on 25, Cyrus Kakuru. Punished again. Over point. 1 bounce for 4. Another one. Displayed by Cyrus Kakuru. Taking on this. What a superb shot from Cyrus Kakuru. Cuts that over the top for 1 bounce. He changes sides and still he is punished. Two boundaries in 2 fours in 2 balls. And now 3 boundaries. 3 boundaries in 3 balls. First one being 6, 4, and 4. Cyrus Kakuru, man on fire. Ogeng Roth decides to change sides. And again punished. Hit that hard. But they managed to go for 2. Well fielded from Fahad Mutagana. Hit hard. Well fielded from Fahad Mutagana. Very good, powerful throw coming from the young man. Brilliantly thrown from the boundary, direct to the bowler. 33 for 3, ending the third over of again Roth. 97 for 5 after 12 overs. Cyrus Kakuru, 37, 28 balls. Siraji Subuga, 27 in 21 balls. I would like to welcome back my co-commentator, Solomon.
Thank you, Alpha. Some fireworks there from Subuga Siraji. At the start of that over, they just needed almost 6 runs per over, going above that asking rate. And there is a bowling change from the highway end. Mutagana slowing, balls him! Using his head, he indicates. Slowing that down. The ball gripping and turning. Hitting leg stump. Marking the end of the cameo from Subuga Siraj. You need to be a man on the cricket field. Look at that. Siraj well through his stroke before the ball arrives and hits his leg stump. This match is tilted on a knife's edge. 6 wickets down for the Buikwe Gladiators in their quest to chase down 147 runs for victory. 50 runs exactly needed in the remaining overs. Without a slip and a quicker ball, the ball ends up boundary for 46 now required by Buikwe Gladiators. The ball keeping low and ending up in the deep end Sports Holding. Proud broadcasting partners to this first edition of the Mukono T20 Cup. A conference in the center between the umpires and the bowler.
The reason as to why he has been called by the umpires. Reason being, has been exchanging words with the just concluded batsman, that is Sirajin Subuga, who is at the dugout but talking so loud, shelling Fahad Mtagana. So it wasn't good seeing Fahad Mtagana also retaliating back to him, yet he's at the pitch.
Good ball. Bounces. Beating Musa Majid. Off his feet. Buambe making a meal of that, giving them two. Collected by Owiri. Oh! Think inside edge. Chipasa inches. Restricting it to one. All out action in the middle.
Fahad Mutagana. How does he complete this? Well, good bowling. Good over for Team Mukono Development. Very good ball, good over from Fahad Mutagana. 15 for 3. Finishing his third over. The score is 105 for 6 after 13 overs. Musa Majid 7 in 4 balls. And then Cyrus Kakuru, the big man in there, out there. 38 of 29 balls.
Mutagana picking a wicket with this first ball in the previous over, which went for 8. Trying to bring it down. Wazombe preferring the wider line. Another dot ball, wide from Wazombe, going down the leg. Dot ball for Perry Wazombe.
Perry Wazombe always full of laughter. Whatever he's doing, he's always smiling. You rarely see him.
Wazombe trying to find out what Kakuru intends to do and dummies that ball. 6. Kakuru on the charge as the Gladiators step on the gas. Not very far away now from victory. 35 runs required now. Moves in line and goes on one knee. Good ball in the block hole from Wazombe. Mutagana restricts that to 1.
With just 5 runs away for Cyrus Kakuru joining the half centurions. Musa Majid is playing a good role to bring him back on strike so that he can be able to get his half century.
Driven through covers for 2 for Kakuru.
Very huge gap. And that is why they really didn't need to be very fast in between the wicket. They just trotted for 2. And that marks the end of over number 2. Perry Wazombe, 6 for none. 106 for 6 after 14 overs. Cyrus Kakuru, 47 in 34 balls. Just 3 runs short from attaining the half century, joining the family of the half centurions. Musa Majid guiding Cyrus Kakuru has 8 in 5.
And the bowling change and change of end for Ogenrod Kenneth has to come from the highway end. His preferred side on this pitch. Musa Majid on strike. Good diving effort to the left from Owili Robert. Again needs to get his head back into this game and to do a job for his captain. Capable young man, but the pressure on him, and it is telling. That is the line you need to bowl.
This is a game that has lots of chance out here. It has even made the chairman of the Mukono cricket community, that is Simon Chintu, to come so closer to the boundary, sitting down there underneath the chairman's stands.
An entertaining game. Oh, missed by Biarhanga in covers.
That must be a no ball for having more than
The umpire indicates for a changing of the ball as Alpha takes a break from the comms box. Entertaining cricket out there. This game, anyone's, and whoever puts up their hand will take victory. The Buikwe Gladiators, 29 runs away for what will be their third victory and will involve a change in the log. Mukono development not yet out of this completely, having a very great start, picking up wickets with the first ball. 5 picked up in the first power play. We are almost no ball indicated by umpire Gloria Obukol. and consequently a free hit. Good ball from again, missed by Kakuru for a dot ball. Moves his feet to get to the pitch of that ball and deposits Ogan Road for 6 over extra cover. Cyrus Kakuru on the charge for the Buikwe Gladiators, offering Widith, Ogan Road unpunished. Pariwa Zombe completes the catch. Cyrus Kakuru has to depart. Cyrus Kakuru still unbelieving that that powerful shot was caught at the boundary at long off, and he will have to depart. The conference in the middle, as Mutagana will speak to his troops and tell them we're still in this game. 7 down. Powerfully struck was Zombe with fingertips, but completing that catch. The celebration as he rubs that ball. Entertainment. And you will have, if you see on the replay, the bowler also had a celebration for himself, taking off his shoe and calling the dugout, telling them, "What say you now? I've got my man." Ogan Road smacked. Ogan crying for that catch. Completed. Takes off his shoe in celebration. You will see that celebration. Now the man of the moment adjusting his shoes, ready to do battle as Akram Subuga makes his way into the middle. The skipper himself dot ball brings us to the end of the 15th over. 125 runs on board for the loss of 7 wickets. The Buikwe Gladiators. Ogan Road Kenneth picking up 4 for 42 in his allotted 4 overs. Another look at that wicket of Kakuru, completed by Barry Wazombe. Happy days for the Mukono development as they were facing an onslaught from the bat of Cyrus Kakuru. Perry Wazombe to continue from the forest end. He has excuse me, changes in the field settings. But Wazombe having long off, long on, cow corner, deep mid wicket. And that is 4 down from Musa Majid's bat, adding to the tally of Buikwe Gladiators, inching closer and closer to their target. In the slot for Majid. Boundary for of Wazombe. A quicker throw-in would have seen Akram Subuga perishing, but quick on his feet. Adjusts the gully to come in closer. The stands are loud. Good line from Wazombe. Wider off the 5th or 6th stump. Good work from Owiri behind the stumps. Lays off his feet, Majid for 1. Fielded by Mutagana. That smile still on Perry's face makes a face at the bat, trying to get into his head. Oh! Quick hands, but Nsubuga in his crease. Bringing us to the close of the 16th over. 132 runs for 7 for the Buikwe Gladiators in their quest to overhaul the 147 they require to win this contest on match day 6 in this Mukono T20 Cup. Mutagana Fahad, change of bowling ends, comes in from the highway end, welcoming back Alpha Adoa to join me for company in this exciting encounter.
Thank you, Solomon. Swung. And that's another one. Well struck by Musa Majid between covers and point. And the sweeper, 4 runs. That was a 1 second shot. Wow.
Good use of his feet.
And
now he gets his man. Catch completed by Chimpasa Charles in gully. A rising ball to Majid, and he has to go. The young man receives the plaudits from his teammate. All the drama happening out there in the center. Quicker ball from Mutagana. Majid to the waiting hands of Chimpasa. Delirious. Buikwe Gladiators almost contriving to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory now, with the Dangerman back in the dugout. Zuga Akram at the crease. Otiano comes in. And I will tell you, the pressure on this young man, he will have to bear and do a job.
Temperatures are rising. Now you get to see the temperatures rising. Captain Fahad Mutagana continues from the highway end. There it is. Dot balls favor them. It's a pressure game. At the bisector there.
The young man of the mark. In the third ball he has first. Skaya. Periwazombe completes that catch. Akram Subuga perishing as he tries to take on the bowling of Fahad Mutagana. We are experiencing a batting collapse from the Buikwe Gladiators. Mukono development fully in this game. Bringing us to the end of the 17th over. Wrist ball. Akram trying to go all the way. But Zombe sets himself up. Catches that ball. The celebration comes out. Who wants this more? You blink, you miss action out there in the middle as we aim to conclude this match. Number 12. It is Wazombe with the ball in hand. Adjustments all around the pitch. No runs. Silly in position. I can't contain my excitement. Oh, the appeal comes in. Perry Wazombe tying the batsman in knots. It's all happening out there in the middle. Oh! Missed opportunity from the man at point. Nonchalant to the opportunity and gifting Othiano to as they need 8 runs to win this game. Missed that. Dot ball. The young man seemingly unfazed.
This is what they call a room having heat and temperature. Beautifully bowled by Perry Wazombe. Pressure game. They only need 8 runs to win. Can he hold his nerves? And manages to stop that ball. Perry Wazombe finishes his 4th over. His spell, 25 for none. 139 for 9 after 18 overs. Othieno in 3 runs, 10 and 9 balls. And Ashraf hasn't yet faced any. This is the Mukono T20 Cup, the inaugural one of a kind. It is Mukono Development taking on Buikwe Gladiators. The field has been changed. New bowler coming in. Biaruhanga coming from the highway end. Classic entertainment. The fans who are not here, you're missing out.
No point of having boundary riders, close fielders, close to the bat and pad as Biaruhanga. Confusion out there in the middle. Missed opportunity for a run out. Comedy out there in the middle. The nerves of the Mukono development players. Thought they need cool heads out there as Fahad Mutagana goes in but throws the sun in the eyes of Biaruhanga and unable to catch that to complete the run out. Nature coming to the aid of the Buikwe Gladiators. The score is 140 runs and one wicket needed by Mukono Development. Wide from Biaruhanga, trying to entice the young man. You can hear the cries out in the stands. Leaves that one all well alone. A dot ball. All excitement happening out there in the middle. Wicketkeeper in business. Changes bowling side to over. Tries the dummy to see what the young man intends to do.
Pressure game.
Nerve-wracking for everyone out there in the middle. One mistake could cost any side the victory. What a game we are having on our hands here at Florida Cricket Oval. Buembo at square leg, juggling that ball. Well played by the young man. Good over from Biaruhanga, yielding only 2 runs with 6 runs needed to win this contest. We are into the last over. 141 runs on board for the Buikwe Gladiators. Some refreshments for Ashraf Luja. Now facing 1 wicket to pick and 6 runs to get. Who will emerge winner in this exciting contest? Wazombe indicated to have completed his allotted overs. Now the skipper in a spot of bother, needing to find somebody who has not bowled yet. The discussion is on who is to bowl the last over, as it seems that all the bowlers of Mukono development have completed their allotted 4 overs. The discussion continues from the umpires out there in the middle. I tell you, this is a nerve-wracking game, but at the same time, very exciting for us, the viewers. I promised you at the beginning of this tournament, action, fun, spills and thrills, and we are living up to those expectations. The consultations, that is the missed opportunity from Fahad Muhatagana to Biarhanga, blinded by the sun in his eyes and unable to pick up that ball and complete the run out.
And now what is happening is they are trying to look for the person, for the bowler who can bowl the last over. Pressure mounting in both camps. They have no clue. They are still thinking who should bowl the last over.
This is edge of your seat stuff happening out there. Some consultations going on between the umpires and the scorers to ascertain the true nature and extent of the bowlers and overs completed in this game. The discussions are ongoing. This is match number 12 of game day 6.
These are matches which happen in which take long to happen in a lifetime. Pressure game mounting in all the teams. By the time it forces the umpires to come and consult with the scorers, this is unnecessary. It's unwarranted, seeing the captain just walking in without anything, without carrying anything, either to come and that is unwarranted from the captain, Akram Subuga. We don't know what will happen after this game.
I tell you, everyone's nerves on edge Nsubuga Akram coming onto the pitch and being asked to leave by the umpire. Whoever gets to bowl this last over.
Robert Owili, the wicket keeper, gets to bowl this over, the last over. Coming from the forest from the forest end.
That ball, very crucial at this moment. Run out non-completed. The young man having made his ground, bringing Ashraf Luja. Good work from Perry Wazombe behind the stumps. 5 runs required in 3 balls. 5 required in 3 is the equation.
Pressure game mounting.
Good stop. Oh, yes. Not out, adjudged by the young man hearing the sound of the bat. And his side desperate for runs. Tacks off. But a good stop from Anais Baig. Exciting stuff. The dressing room, no one can take a seat. Being urged to smack that ball. Luja has been given the license by the dressing room to swing his arms. And now the boundary riders are out. They will pick up 1 for that. Celebrations going on. Owili Robert doing the job for his captain, holding his nerve. And Mukono Development win by 2 runs. An unbelievable game. And you'll see the jubilation of the Mukono team snatching victory from certain jaws of defeat. Well in by Fahad and his troops, holding their nerve in this encounter. It will be hard luck to Buikwe Gladiators, with the perishing of Cyrus Kakuru and Musa Majid leaving a tall ask for the tail end. A look at the Buikwe Gladiators batting lineup. Cyrus Kakuru standing out, 53 runs in 37 balls. Sirajan Subuga, 27 in 22. Musa Majid, quick fire, 19 in 13. But the rest of the team in single figures. 30 extras coming from Mukono Development, but unable to help. The bowling card, Fahad Muktagana picking up the first fiver, the second fiver in this tournament, conceding 20 in his allotted 4 for an economy of 5. Anais Baig, 21 for no wicket. But Ogenrod Kenneth doing the damage, 42 runs conceded, picking up 4 wickets. He needs 4 for a strike rate for an economy of 10.5. 30 runs. And the match Sat Murray, Mutagana Fahad, 41 in 18. By Anas, 39 in 18. Wazombe Perry, 35 in 42. Musa Majid, 3 for 33. Subuka Siraja 2 for 21. Ronald Lutaya 2 for 22. The batting card for the Gladiators will have, the standings have Buvuma Sailors still unbeaten on 9 points. Lugazi Trekkers winning 3 out of 4, losing 1, 9 as well. Mukono Development joins them, 3 wins, 1 loss in the 4 matches they played. 9 points on board. The Gladiators, the Warriors, and the Titans all tied at 3 points, having only won 1 match in this round robin format. The Alepes set us sin, and we will go to the post-match presentation brought to you by Alpha Adoa. I am Solomon Lubama, out here in the comms. And by overlook, Mukono Development wins by 2 runs. What a game we've had on our hands. Two standout overs for the Mukono Development and the Gladiators. Evenly matched throughout this match, but Mukono Development emerging triumphant.
A very good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you are. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Alpha. It's been a very exciting afternoon game between Mukono Development versus Buikwe Gladiators. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been really an exciting expedition on Florida Cricket Oval. I would like to invite the captain of the losing team. Yes, Akram. Hard luck on what really didn't go well during the game.
Like we started at the end, we didn't bat well.
Yeah.
Yes.
What do you think led to all those misfortunes that happened on the ground?
No, like it was, instead of us looking for the ones, we wanted to play big. That's why we went out. Okay. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much. All the best. Ladies and gentlemen, right now I invite the captain of the winning team, Mukono Development. Congratulations on us.
Thank you very much.
I'm seeing lots of smiles onto your face.
Yeah, it was a tough game. I'm proud of my boys. You know, they're a young bunch of cricketers, and I'm proud. They really fought very well. I'm just very proud of them, and I'm lost of words.
So, what did you see really exciting in the game that really excited you and brought you guys and brought your team to become victorious in this?
I think this is T20. The shorter format always goes down to the wire. It's just about holding your nerves. I was telling my bowlers and fielders, it's going to go up to the wire. Let's fight and let's put our body languages up. Even the crowd was going after my young pace bowler, but I told him just to hold his nerves, and I think the wicket he got brought us back in the game.
All right. Congratulations on that, Anas. Go and enjoy. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, now is the time I call the bowler who has entered the books at Florida Cricket Oval in this Mukono T20 Cup held at Zibankokonjeru 2025. This is a gentleman who picked up 5 wickets. He enters the 5-wicket haul. Before that, I would like to invite the umpire, Gloria Obukor, to come and give this ball to the bowler. And still, he holds to be the man of match. 5 wickets. He managed to get 5 wickets. 20 runs, hitting 41 runs from 33 balls. Ladies and gentlemen, this goes to the man from Mukono Development. That is Fahad Mutagana. Congratulations, Fahad.
Thank you.
How do you feel, and what really did you do well, good, to deserve that victory?
Yes. Then ball, it was under pressure, so we okay, make it simple. Tossing the ball loosely, turning it, and also. Thank you.
Congratulations, Fahad. Go and enjoy the Man of Match award with your team. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall be having still full of action packed tomorrow of cricket. My name is Alpha. Have a good evening.